Uh-huh.
Dr. Harris.
Yes, I am
Dr.
here.
Harris, would you mind turning on your camera, please?
Right. Yep. There we go.
All right. So, when you are ready.
Right. I'm fine. Shall we begin then, or Diana, were you going to say a few words of introduction?
Yes, we can begin the session. Đây này là cô bác sĩ đó.
Sorry. It is one, I can't one chair. Wow. This is nothing to see by the TV.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
So welcome to the University of Seychelles Interdisciplinary Research Seminar, which takes place every week at the university. Today we have the pleasure of welcoming Professor Geoffrey Harris from Durban University of Technology in South Africa. So Professor Harris is an economist by training who has been teaching and doing research in peace studies for over 30 years. He's currently an adjunct professor in the International Center of Peace Studies at Durban University of Technology, South Africa. He was instrumental in setting up the MA in Peace and Conflict Resolution at the University of Seychelles. His current research interests are demilitarisation, restorative justice, and practices in prisons and schools. So, Professor Harris, the floor is yours. If I could kindly ask participants online to mute their microphones. Professor, the floor is yours, and at the end, after your presentation, we will have a Q&A time as well for discussion. So thank you, Professor, again for agreeing to talk on the topic. If you want peace, the military is not a good investment. Over to you, Professor.
Well, thank you for the introduction, and I do feel welcome. I've had lots to do with the University of Seychelles over recent years, and it's just such a pleasure. So you might perhaps one thing I could say too. Ryan mentioned that I'm an economist by training, so some of my thinking is still quite strongly influenced by that background. Some of the structure of what I'm going to say does have that in mind. But probably, yes, for many decades now, I've also been strongly involved in peace studies, and that's where I'm spending all my time these days. Right, we can go to the first slide. So I'm going to say just a little bit about violence to start with. And we're mostly going to talk today about direct violence, which can be physical, hitting people, for example, bombing people, for example, but it could also be verbal or psychological or economic. Verbal abuse, psychological manipulation, and economic, perhaps the withholding of resources and things like that. There are other types of violence which peace studies does interest itself in, but we're going to focus on the direct violence. And then within that, there's interpersonal violence, so that would include corporal punishment, intimate partner violence, wider gender-based violence, and bullying. So interpersonal is the one we would think about most readily. In a different presentation, we'd talk, for example, about structural violence, which is a very strong interest of the peace studies discipline. The violence could be interpersonal, it could be intercommunal, perhaps based on differences in terms of tribe or culture or language or religion, and those sort of differences are the common, you might say, commonly indicated by the sides that people take in a civil war. So that's intercommunal violence. And then we've got international violence in the form of war between countries, which is pretty rare. It has been pretty rare over the last 50 years, but it has become, unfortunately, a little bit more common recently with the Russia-Ukraine war. But that is really not something it's not very common. Okay, next slide. Now, there's a widespread belief out there, and some of you who are in the audience here may have some of this belief, that violence actually works. It's quick and it's effective. So if we think of corporal punishment, a child is doing something at home or at school, doing things which are annoying or bad or something like that, we apply corporal punishment and that sorts that issue out. And that over time, that will result in good children. So corporal punishment, good children. Getting tough on crime, we've got crime. Well, let's get tough on it. Let's arrest them. Let's put them away for many years and so on. That will deter criminality. And then one that's most relevant to our discussion today is that military force is effective in dealing with a matter. You've got a problem, some group that's causing trouble. You send in the military, and you deal with that matter once and for all, and it's effective. Now, my message to you today is that we need to look at the evidence here. It's widespread beliefs are not necessarily a good foundation for action. So, without going into corporal punishment, which is one of my interests, I can tell you that corporal punishment is not the way to bring up good children. And I'm happy to, incidentally, I'm happy to have email interchanges with anyone or talks at the end of the chats at the end of this talk as well about these sorts of things. But the important thing is, if we're saying, well, how do we bring up good children? Then we've got to go to the evidence. Does the evidence tell us that corporal punishment is a good way of doing that or not? And the evidence actually is quite clear. Corporal punishment is not a good way to bring up good children. It harms them as children and as adults. But sorry, I won't get on that track for the moment. Our focus today is on war. But the argument holds for other forms of violence. We can, does getting tough on crime actually reduce criminality? That's an important question, and I don't know the answer to that one. I've got guesswork, but guesswork isn't enough to base policy on. We need to look at the evidence. So, looking ahead into the presentation, I'm going to talk about personal ethics. Does war and preparation for war fit personal ethics? Does it fit international law? What about the cost of preparing for war and engaging in war? Is that how big is that? What about effectiveness? And this is one I'm going to particularly be focusing on. Is preparation for war and engagement in war effective in achieving your objectives? And lastly, are there alternatives? Okay, if we're saying that war is not a good way forward and preparing for war is not a good way forward, are there alternatives that we could try? So that gives you an overview of the argument we're going to have. Okay, the next slide, thanks. So the first problem, I think, with war and preparing for war is that it violates universal personal ethics. And many people, myself included, who are interested in peace studies, this is a strong motivation for us. We look into our hearts and we say, this is not the way the world should be. So I've got the quote there, treat other people the way you would like them to treat you. The golden rule, which runs through all religions. And deep down, I would assert, and I'm not a philosopher or ethicist, and so I can be questioned about this, but deep down, I think we know that violence is wrong. The problem is that we are being brainwashed by media, by films, by masculine thinking, and by militaristic governments, and probably a few other sources as well, into thinking that often there is no alternative. We have to go to war. We've tried everything, nothing worked, we have to go. And perhaps we didn't try very hard, but that's another story we'll come back to. Now, my assertion is that this brainwashing is based on beliefs and assumptions which are largely wrong, including the belief that there is no alternative. In fact, there are always alternatives. So we need, I think, to be tar people. There are always alternatives, rather than Tina people. There is no alternative. And that violence is only one of the choices we have open to us. We see something happening, something happens in our life. Yes, violence is a possible response, but it's only one response. Now, an interesting question, which I've just put there, and I'm not going to try and answer it, but we could discuss it later if you like. But can personal ethics apply to the actions of a state? I mean, we might say, all right, well, we as an individual, perhaps because of our religious beliefs and so on, we wouldn't engage in violence. But what implications does that belief have for the way the state operates? Would we be happy for our state to go to war and so on, even if we personally would not? So an interesting question. Okay, next slide, thanks. So the first one was the problem with war and preparing for war was it violates personal ethics, which I think are pretty universal across all religious traditions, for example. Secondly, it violates international law. Now, I don't claim to be a lawyer either, but I did look into, for the first time, to my shame really, the United Nations Charter, and I've highlighted some of the key points here in the in the foundational document, and it's a fantastic document. I must go ahead and read it a lot more. But if we look at some of those highlighted, to bring about by peaceful means and in conformity with the principles of justice and international law, yes, to bring about disputes and so on by peaceful means. So that's the first one. That's right there, and that's under the purposes of the United Nations. And in terms of the principles to be followed listed in Article 2, all members shall settle their international disputes by peaceful means. And point 4, all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force. Now, those United Nations laws are what just about every country in the world has signed up for. And they represent a foundation from which a whole lot of other laws, some international and some national, developed. So they're pretty clear. Peaceful means, refraining from the threat and use of force. So if we're following that, preparing for war doesn't make sense, and engaging in war is illegal, according to the United Nations Charter. We seem to have lost the PowerPoint for the moment. And a question, I've got another question which I don't have an answer to, or I've got some ideas perhaps, but what if a country won't obey the law? What if a country says, yes, we're a member of the United Nations, we've signed up for this, but we're choosing to go to war? They're clearly in disobedience and so on, and we can think of examples of that happens regularly. Again, that's another topic we could discuss, but I don't claim for either of these first two to have widespread knowledge. But the third one I do know a bit about, and that is the costs of war. So we can go to the next slide. Oh dear, what is this going on here? Just a question. I've got a strange thing on the middle of my PowerPoint. Is that also true in the other, for the rest of you, or are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I
All
don't
right.
see anything.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now I'm just clicking to get rid of, right. Okay. Let's go back. We're in, I think we want slide number. Yes, it has war and preparing for war has huge costs. So I want to talk about, first of all, the preparing for war. And look, there are any number of examples we could use, but I think we can talk about the opportunity cost of preparing for war in terms of the climate challenges that the world faces. Now, let's be clear on this. Climate change, if we don't do something serious about it, is going to totally turn life around on our planet within the next 20 or 30 years, within our lifetime, most of our lifetimes. We can't ignore it. And at one level, of course, governments have said positive things, that they're going to put money into climate change mitigation. They're going to stop mining and exporting coal. They're going to reduce the use of fossil fuels and so on, and oil and whatnot. But at another level, they're going back on many of those commitments and promises. And one reason is military spending. So the target is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 5% worldwide. And that 5% relates to military greenhouse gas emissions, because flying around in sophisticated jet aircraft and having sophisticated vessels roaming around the sea and tanks on land and so on, uses up or creates a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. So the standard outfit on this is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Their target 5% reduction in military spending. But NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, consisting of the US and many European countries, increased its military emissions by about 15% in 2023 and is pressing its members to increase their military spending to 2% of GDP. Now, 2% is just a thumb suck. Basically, they say, the US is saying, we want European countries to spend more on the military. We suggest a target of 2% of their GDP. And so the first problem is having more military hardware roaming around the world is going to increase greenhouse gas emissions at a time when we really should be reducing them. It's also going to result in a massive diversion of finance from climate action. And I think this is why governments are going back on their commitments to climate change mitigation, which they made, you might say, in good faith before Russia invaded Ukraine. Now they're saying, oh, we've now got to spend a lot of money on that war. Well, that's a choice if you do that, but they're saying we feel we've got to, and that means we've got less to put into climate action. So this particular document that I've referenced at the bottom of the page there says there's a massive diversion of finance. We're not spending on this existential threat to the world because we want to fight Russia. And then thirdly, it's going to promote this military emphasis is going to promote an arms trade, and the arms trade simply, among other things, fuels instability during a time when we'll have a lot of instability as a result of breakdown of climate. So that's a discussion of the opportunity costs of war. Opportunity cost is an economic term, means if you spend on the military, you won't have the resources to spend on something else. So this is a big ticket item, but it would be true for any particular country. If you spend more on the military, you'll have less to spend on health and education. It's by definition that will be true. So military spending is hugely costly, and this is a particularly extreme example of it. Let's go on to the next slide and talk specifically about the casualties and damage which results from war. And the first one to think about is the effects on human beings, numbers killed, injured, displaced, and traumatized. So one example, an African example, and I could spend a lot of time on examples, but I don't think that's really worth doing, but I've got two, but is in South Sudan. And in about a year, between April 2023 and June 2024, the fighting between the Sudanese army and the Rapid Support Forces has killed about 15,000 people, displaced about 6 million, and pushed about 25 million into acute hunger as a result of the war. Now, figures are easy to talk about, but being displaced means something like this. You get a message at work or at university that says, go home immediately. Pack one small suitcase for every person in your household and start walking. Start walking to some in a direction where you think things are going to be safe. And what's going to be at the other end for you? Well, hopefully there will be an international agency which might be able to produce some tents for you to live in. Certainly nothing grander than that, and might be able to give you some basic food to keep you from starving. And that's about all you could expect. That could be the best you could expect. That's what being displaced means. And 6 million people have been displaced. And then because of the disruption to food production, and 25 million have been pushed into acute hunger. And there's a quote there that says basically there's nothing on the table that looks like it's going to bring that civil war to an end anytime soon. So that's one example. We go to the next slide, and we can talk about the war in Gaza, Israel versus Hamas. And I could have talked equally about Russia and Ukraine, but this one is in your face at the moment, if you watch any newscast and so on. So essentially, October 7th, Hamas fighters attacked Israeli settlements and killed, numbers are listed there, killed many people and took a number of hostages. Israel responded by immediately beginning bombing, and that bombing continues up to today. It's happening, no doubt, as we speak. And so the current figures today's figures are 39,000 Palestinians killed in Gaza and 90,000 injured, and another 10,000 or plus who are buried under the rubble. Now, the figures, people say, oh, well, that's provided by the Gaza Health Ministry, so we can't believe them. In fact, Israeli sources do believe them, they accept the fact that these figures are true. But then they're very strict in the sense that they're based on deaths in hospitals or bodies that are brought in dead. That's where the 39,000 people come from. It's not just guesswork and so on. So there's a recent study which says, well, there's a lot of indirect deaths happening here, not just bodies killed by bombs, but people who have died as a result of the damage, the lack of healthcare because of the damage and destruction of many healthcare facilities and hospitals, the severe shortage of food and water and shelter, and the obstruction of humanitarian organisation work. And that leads to an estimate of the number of deaths would be as high, around, well, the suggestion is 186,000, or 7.9% of the population. So big numbers here. Then there's the traumatic effects on the survivors, you might say, the 2 million survivors. Those traumatic effects are incalculable. When something happens in your family, and some of you will have had traumatic experiences in your families. Someone will have died or been badly injured and so on. Those effects go on, and they last for generations. And the bigger the trauma, the longer they last. So, yes, I don't think we need to worry about that. I think we'll go on to the next slide. Thanks. Then, so we've got the damage to human beings, and now there's also the damage to housing, to hospitals, to schools, to water, and to the infrastructure, water, sanitation, electricity, as a result of bombing. And the estimate of that was, I can't quite see the figure there, equivalent to almost the combined GDP, that is, and GDP means the production of goods and services of both the West Bank and Gaza, 1 year. So the damage done is equivalent to the production which would have happened in 1 year. That's a United Nations estimate. Another estimate, it will take 15 years to clear 40 million tonnes of war rubble. So these are the consequences of choosing to deal with that particular conflict by war, by violence. Then in the longer term, there's another phrase there, violence begets violence now and in the future. So the violence has spilled over, it's not just happening in Gaza, but it's also spilled over into the West Bank, and there's estimates of the number of people killed there too. And then that final remark on that page is that it's likely that this violence that is happening in Gaza and in the West Bank is going to create a new generation of violent opponents of Israel. So I think in a logical sense, and people might want to dispute this, war is not going to sort out this issue. War is going to mean that the issue is going to go on and on and on, because you've got generations of people. Well, you've got educating a person to hate the perpetrators of violence. Okay, let's go on. So we've said that, just to sum up where we're at, we've said the problem with war is that it violates universal ethics, personal ethics, that it violates international law, and that it has very high costs. And those costs are both the opportunity cost, in other words, if you spend on the military, you don't have it to spend on other things. And secondly, if you have a war, there are human casualties and there's casualties to the physical and to infrastructures and so on. And those effects are going to be very long lasting. They're not just going to drift away at the end of the war. And then the fourth point, and one that I want to give quite a lot of attention to, is that war is not very effective. It has a poor record in building a sustained and democratic peace. At best, it can result in negative peace. That is where there's no fighting, but the issues remain unresolved. Now, I've just listed a number there at random. The Korean War in the early 1950s, the Vietnam War in the 60s and 70s, the Iran-Iraq War, the invasion of Iraq, the war in Libya, in Syria, Afghanistan, are all inconclusive. So just to take the first example, Korea, the Korean War, which you won't, of course, remember, and I only vaguely remember, has led to a division between North and South Korea, and a huge military force on both sides to sort of stop the other one in possibly invading and so on. Vietnam, well, that's an interesting one, because in a sense there was a conclusion. The Americans were beaten. They went home, leaving 55,000 dead, and then the North Vietnamese overran South Vietnam. So there was, in some sense, a conclusion. Iran-Iraq was a border war. 500,000 people died, and there was no change to the border. Afghanistan, the last one there, 20 years of, which only concluded a year or two ago, of Western forces, American, British, European, Australian, and so on, to try and keep the Taliban under control, and they didn't. And then current wars, Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, DR Congo, none of them have any end in sight. Ukraine is just going on and on and on. Gaza, DR Congo, massive numbers of people killed and displaced. Sudan, we talked about earlier. So I make a strong point. War is not effective. Okay, next point. So would non-violence do a better job? I hear you saying, or I hope you hear it. If we did tried non-violence, would that work? Now, a question which gives us an insight into this is, well, let's look at the record of non-violent resistance campaigns. Do they work? And it's not enough just to talk about the successful ones, to say, well, South Africa, got out of apartheid, and Northern Ireland has got the Good Friday Agreement, so they're not fighting anymore, and so on. It's not enough just to list successes, though there have been successes, certainly, because there are many undocumented failures, which we don't hear about. But happily, there is a major piece of work carried out by two academics, Erica Chenoweth and Maria Stefan. And it is a remarkable piece of work. If the UniSay library does not have it, it should get it immediately, published in 2011. And what they did was this. They examined in extremely carefully, 323 violent and non-violent campaigns which occurred between 1900 and 2006. Now, these were campaigns involving big issues. They weren't just trivial ones. They were about regime change, like we want to get rid of the government. We want to replace the government with something else. Anti-occupation, we want the foreign powers, the occupying powers, to go home. So that would include, for example, the colonial powers. And lastly, secession. One part of a country wants to leave and become its own country. So these are big issues. They're not trivial. They're not small. And as I said, it's fantastically well researched. Now, the outcome of their research I've summarised in the last 3 lines there. They found that violent campaigns for regime change and anti-occupation and secession were fully or partially successful in 26% of cases. So in other words, a quarter of the time. But for non-violent campaigns, the figure was 53%. Now, I think a lot of you are probably, well, I suspect a lot of you are saying, I wouldn't have guessed that one. And in fact, Erica Chenoweth, one of the authors, and there's a lot of DVDs and TED Talks and all that sort of stuff about on this, so you can easily hunt it up. You don't have to read the whole book. But Erica Chenoweth herself said she was blown away by the result. She didn't expect it. That violence worked 26% of the time, and non-violence worked more than half the time, and twice as often as violence. That gives us confidence, and we'll say more about this in a moment, although I am drawing to an end, you'll be pleased to know. Okay, can we have the next slide? This explains a little bit about why non-violence was more effective. How come? And the answer is because, according to Chenoweth and Stefan, is because widespread participation is easier in non-violent campaigns. See, if you're going to have a violent campaign, you've often got guerrilla fighters out in the village, out in the jungle, and so we're talking about young people and particularly young men and so on. So it's hard for many people to get involved in that. The next quote is an interesting one. When people refuse their cooperation, withhold their help, and persist in their disobedience and defiance, they are denying their opponent, like the government, a basic human assistance and cooperation which any government hierarchical system requires. If they do this in sufficient numbers for long enough, that government or hierarchical system will no longer have power. So the numbers are very important. Grandmothers can get involved in non-violent action, in non-cooperation. Small children can get involved in non-violent cooperation. Housewives and house husbands and so on. Everyone can do it if they choose to. And so one reason, and they document this very carefully, you can have tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people pushing for change. They also, and this is very important from a previous point, were likely to result in a sustained and democratic peace. Non-violence more likely to do that than violence. So there's a quote there: the probability that a country will be a democracy 5 years after a campaign is 57% amongst successful non-violent campaigns and less than 6% for successful violent campaigns. And if you're interested in the methods, what precise methods you might follow, there's a classic list for 198 of them. I've given a link there, and that list is probably in need of updating. And for a very readable book or review of a very readable book on non-violent campaigns, one has just come out in the Seychelles Research Review, written by one of our current students, Solomon, 2024. Okay, we'll have the next slide, which is the second last slide. So if we aspire, whether it's we as individuals or we as a centre or an institute or a university or a whole country, if we aspire to be peacemakers and peace builders, what can we do? So I've got a few points. One is recognise that violence is not inevitable. It is always a choice. In fact, even having a military is a choice. And another article, also in the Seychelles Research Journal, talks about the choice that the Seychelles made to have a military and that Mauritius made not to have a military. And the choice was put before Mauritius a number of times, and a number of times they said, no, we're not going to have one. So they've survived quite happily. You might, well, how can a country survive without a military? Well, Mauritius just across the sea there is doing it perfectly well. It might be more difficult, I agree, if you're next door to a very powerful and belligerent neighbour. But in fact, even the evidence there is the evidence that it can still be successful. So first one, recognise that violence is not inevitable, it is always a choice. Secondly, to study the power of non-violence. Well, you've been doing a bit of that through attending this webinar, thank you. And to be now more aware of its power. Spread the news that non-violence works. Go home and say to your partner or your adult teenage children, guess what? Non-violence works more often than violence. Build competence in the skills of conflict resolution and mediation. And this is something that the PDRI, the Peace and Diplomacy Research Institute of the University of Seychelles is doing. It's building competence in the skills of conflict resolution and mediation. And it doesn't have to be high-level stuff. We don't have to be talking about diplomats. We can be talking about two children in the playground, even at kindergarten, learning to deal with their conflicts non-violently. and it can be done. With others, to plan and implement non-violent action to bring about change. Now, I use the word with others deliberately. It's often difficult to do it on your own, but if you've got a group of people, you could bring about change. And the change might be something very local. The change might just in your community, in your street, in the school to which your children go, in your workplace. Plan and implement non-violent action to bring about change. And lastly, to be in it for the long haul or as long as it takes. The big changes that have happened in the world have taken decades and decades and decades to bring about. I was actually reading last night about the suffragette movement in Britain to get women the vote. It was decades of work. Decades, very interesting. And they used a whole range of different non-violent methods. And eventually in 1918, women over 30 or 30 years and above were given the vote. And in 1928, they were made equal with men in this respect, that the women over 21 years and over were given the vote. Right, our last slide. I want to refer to this person called Ralph Bunche. I only found out about recently, but I thought the quote was such a good one. I'd put it on here. He won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1950 for his work as United Nations mediator in the Palestine conflict, and he called himself an incurable optimist. Here is what he said. There are some in the world who are prematurely resigned to the inevitability of war. Among them are advocates of preventive war, who in their resignation to war wish merely to select their own time initiating it. To suggest that war can prevent war is a base play on words and a despicable form of warmongering. The objective of any who sincerely believe in peace clearly must be to exhaust every honourable recourse in the effort to save peace. Thank you. And I'm happy to have a chat with you about any questions that may have arisen. And I'll also look into the chat if I can see that, which I don't think I can, but never mind. Oh, yes, sorry, there are quite a few references on the end that I did refer to on the way, but if you wanted to look up any of them, I've put them there, yes. And if any of you want a copy of the PowerPoint, Ryan and Diana might be able to help me in this. I'm happy to send you a copy, but I think also the presentation itself will be placed on the UniSay website, I believe. So I think maybe the best plan is if you want to ask a question or make a comment, just unmute yourself and fire away.
Thank you, Professor Harris, for this excellent presentation. If there's anyone in the chat online, if you have any questions, you can click to raise your hand. Any questions? Yes, Dr. Let's see. We can't hear you. I think your microphone is still on mute.
Yeah, let's see if you're hearing me, then you could just unmute and then speak up.
Good afternoon.
Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Irene Dawa. I was privileged to have been co-supervised by Professor Jeff. So it's a pleasure listening to you again after a few months. Mine is not a question, but rather really a reflection. I think that this presentation was deep. I think that I'm really frustrated on the failure of the world on Palestine and on Sudan. I'm particularly frustrated with the African Union at this point because of what is going on in Sudan. I do think that the African Union should have a responsibility to protect the Sudanese people. We do know that there are external actors that are influencing the dynamics of the war. By the way, the war started when I was in Sudan myself. I was in Darfur. So the war sent me out of that country. And I think for me, it's we keep talking about the United Nations. Yes, the United Nations is one thing, but I think if we really want to protect our citizens, I think the regional bodies should take more responsibility. So I would be expecting to see African leaders standing up for Sudanese people. I saw the South Africans were standing strong for Palestine. The question for me was, is South Africa not part of the continent? Could they also stand for Sudan and speak up for what is happening in Sudan? I think the moral question for us as peace builders is that how can we reach a point where we make our leaders think differently and act differently? Because we do a lot of research, we do a lot of publications, but these documents just perhaps remain in our libraries, in our computers, that is not really making any change because we are not part of the decision makers. The people who are making the decisions are not hearing, they are not saying. So what strategies can we put in place as peace activists to let our leaders listen to our voices? It's just a reflection on what you have presented, because I've really been frustrated with what's going on in the Middle East and in Sudan. I thank you again, Professor Jeff, and the team here. Over.
Thank you. And just one observation on what you said. You see, many countries say, well, we want peace, therefore we'll have a strong military. Now, what if they said, we want peace and we'll put lots of money into training people in mediation, or lots of resources into providing aid in situations where there's displacement of people and so on. So this comes back to the economic aspect, that let's put our resources, our financial resources now, and other things that we can offer into things which actually are effective in building peace, rather than suffer from the issues that I've raised today. So thank you for that.
Are there any more questions? Yes. Yes.
Sorry, someone has said that they're not being allowed to unmute. Is that a technical thing from the Seychelles end?
Yes, I think it should be fine now. We had an issue on our side.
Oh, fine.
Yes, so I see that Joseph has a question.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you very much, Prof. Jeff, for a very inspiring presentation. And I understand the culture of violence, so is embedded in all sectors of society. and including mainly political leaders who are ought to deal with issues of violence. And this comes also to issues of especially political leaders, where they put in place means and ways to protect themselves against their voters. So I don't know what strategy can we use once the leaders themselves, they see the voters, those who bring them into power, as part being of enemies, and they actually even weapons that they buy, arms, is to protect themselves against, not only against external enemies, as you clearly indicated, wars between countries, even what is not very common. The only recent case that is between what Russia and the Ukraine, but still you find governments, they keep buying arms, and all those arms just is about protecting themselves against their own people. So then how do we begin bringing about conversation and trying to change the way the leaders behave, and also that how the program of peace can also reach those in position of power. So thank you.
And you've reminded me that there are 2 points. One is that a very, very important one is that often militaries are used against their own people. They're not used for protecting the borders. But governments say, we want to remain in power, we will go and beat up the opposition, and so the military is used for that. And secondly, when militaries engage in coups, and in fact, this is a gap in my paper. I realized this when I was finalizing it this morning. I thought, too late to put that in. But there's another problem with the military. Well, there are 2 that Joseph has raised, one of them. And another one is that they engage in coups. And I think there have been 7 or 8 coups in Africa since 2020, many of them in West Africa. But so the military itself has got its own dynamic, even if it was behaving well, and we've talked about being costly and ineffective, but often it doesn't behave well. It's a tool of oppression and so on. So another argument against it, which we can add. Thank you. I could refer you to the chat as well, because I see that Ed Knowledge from the University of Pretoria, has put there a manual for training people in non-violence, and that looks extremely interesting. So those of you who can get into the chat can pick that up. And if you for some reason can't ever track that down, then I can put you in touch with Ed Knowledge about it. Thanks.
If I may, Professor, this is Tahira. I'm dialing in from Cape Town. Thank you very much for a very insightful presentation. Yes, I agree wholeheartedly with you that the current status in the world, where so much expenditure has gone into interventions using the military, is really to our detriment. And perhaps a lot of this has to do with the concept of our worldview. And it probably is the time in the world that we really need to look at the kind of leadership that we have in the world. I think at the moment we have a lack of the understanding that regardless of which country we live in, we are all the people of one planet. And a lot of what is happening in the world is happening in the context of one nation only looking after its own needs. So a subset of thinking and a subset of questions related to what you've shared with us has a lot to do with, do the leaders of the world understand that collectively we are the custodians of the world, that collectively we are one people and need to be able to enjoy all the resources of the world. So I think this world view is lacking um, in the leadership across all the continents. And I also think, yes, the point of that we're in this for the long haul is a very significant point. But what you are doing here today is also very significant because you are seeding a thought. And what happens with moments like this and presentations like this, we begin to see the tree of peace in the seed that you are planting, that there are better ways of accomplishing what we need to accomplish. So my take on what you are presenting to us is that we need to look at those arenas. And the speaker, one speaker referred to the UN. It's an imperfect body. It doesn't have the teeth to deal with some of what needs to be dealt with when there are violators to agreements. So it is a moment for humanity to really think about all those alternatives that you have mentioned, but at the same time, we also need a new breed of leadership across the planet. Leadership that understand that we are one, that the planet belongs to all of us. Collectively, we're responsible as custodians of the planet because this is our only home. We don't have um, other than this. So I'm very much in support, and I'm hoping that you get to do this presentation in other spaces across the world. Thank you so much, Prof.
Mm. Thank you, Atoya. And a comment that several people have mentioned leadership. And, the comment, thought came to me that they're our leaders. So we've got the responsibility to work with them. And I mean, there was a quote there about why do nonviolent actions work? One is because lots of people get together and say, we want things to be different. And we're not going to cooperate with this particular line activity and so on. So in a sense, we're responsible for the leaders we get, I suppose. But yeah, we have to think about what we can do. We can't do everything. We've got to do our, but we do have to do our small bit. I think that's really important. And being here in this presentation, as you say, is part of that. There's some new knowledge, hopefully, and perhaps a little bit of inspiration. And I'm inspired, so from having put it together. And yeah, strength to you all as you do it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Dr. EM had a question. See, they raised their hand.
Thank you, and thank you, Prof. Harris, for the presentation. I like your commitment to nonviolence. I just had two questions which I have already posted on the chat box. Number one is, given the increasing security sector actors today, previously we would find the EU and the US much more involved in security sector reform and security sector governance issues, as well as military intervention, like you have already indicated. But now we have more security sector actors, China and Russia, and of late you can also see strong Arab countries getting on the African continent as part of security actors. Do you see the decline on the use of violence given this increase, with also coupled with private military institutions that are increasing in Africa? Do we have hope or it's completely doomed that we are getting into. And in reflection, I also thought about the DRC conflict of late, when the East Africa community intervened in the DRC conflict. We noted that the DRC government actually expected the regional body to intervene militarily and not to intervene in terms of peacemaking and peace making mediation efforts. And as a result, the regional body's stay in the DRC was terminated quickly. So again, it seems there's more commitment to the use of violence and less thought and reflections in the use of mediation and alternatives to violence. Thank you.
Yes, I think you're exactly right. This particular time in our history, there's been a lot of resort to violence, and a lot of preparation for violence. I mean, NATO, for example, well, NATO, the sort of countries that contain NATO, not necessarily NATO itself, but are very, very concerned about what China is doing in the Pacific Ocean. Now, that's a long way from home, and why NATO should interest itself. And there's been other bodies formed between the UK, the US, and Australia. One called ANZUC, I think it's called, to build a range of submarines. I can't remember whether they'll be what weaponry they'll be carrying. I don't know, but in order to sort of push back a little bit of the Chinese influence. Now, the Chinese it's not a military influence. I mean, China doesn't have bases all around the place. The US does, but that's another story. But we seem to be in a very militaristic period of history. When I say, I'm talking about perhaps the last 5 or 7 years, and Russia itself is militaristic, although I think its potential threat to the West is grossly over exaggerated, but that's another matter. I mean, just to give you a figure on that, perhaps I'm diverting a bit, but before the war in Ukraine started, NATO military spending was 12 times that of Russia. So, and was Russia making threats towards any other country apart from Ukraine? No, it hasn't. This idea that somehow Russia is going to deal with Ukraine and then turn towards other countries and start invading and moving to the west is, I think, without foundation. But there's a mindset around there, and perhaps military leadership and military arms producers and so on are happy for that to happen. Happy for that, and we have to oppose it. We at the University of Seychelles and other places this morning have to say, look, this sort of response doesn't work. We've got evidence, admittedly, campaign evidence, not so much about. We know that wars don't work very, very effectively, and we know that non-violent campaigns are far more effective. Let's start moving in that direction. Yeah, long answer, and I hope I didn't. I hope I got somewhere towards answering your question. Thank you. I think as a general statement, and this might be a good time to finish up and let you go, we need, and this is what to say, I mean, University of Seychelles in the Peace Diplomacy and Research Institute and the postgraduate program that grew out of that is the sort of work we need to be doing. It's not the only thing. We need to be training the kindergarten children in ways of handling their conflicts well. We need to be doing that, and we need to be doing stuff at the international level as well. But I do want to commend the Institute and just many other outfits and individuals that are doing all sorts of good work. and are represented in the audience today. So I'm delighted to add a little bit of pushback against what I think is it is quite a violent oriented time of the world's history. So thank you. By all means, write to me, and I will answer. And if anyone wants a copy of the PowerPoint, again, I can happily send that to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Harris. I think, again, you have given us a lot of food for thought. And we also wish to thank everyone who has taken the time to listen in from across the globe.
Absolutely.
And I think, yeah, this has been a very, very interesting discussion and presentation. So thank you, Professor Harris, and thank you to everyone who has joined us today.
Great. Cheers then.
Thank you.
Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye, Prof.
Goodbye.